Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. I hope you all have had a happy holiday, whichever holiday you celebrate. I hope that you are recovering from your holiday as well, Val. Welcome in. Good to see that things are going okay. But yeah, my holiday is usually pretty quiet. We don't really have any family that we visit. It's usually just me, my sister, and then my nephew when he comes up. He wasn't able to get off of work for the holiday, so he's coming up for the New Year. So, like, tomorrow? Yeah, like tomorrow evening, I think, is when he's going to be starting his drive. And it's like a 4-hour drive or something like that. But yeah, usually pretty quiet around here, which I appreciate. Yeah, it's better than the alternative. But yeah. We are meeting with Count Orlando. And we now have new clothes. Oh! Excuse me. I just remembered.
Yes?
Okay. So, apparently this is where we learn Ultima, but we cannot learn it last chapter. Like, I guess you have to be a gallant knight in order to learn it. So there was absolutely no way to learn it, because I did get hit with it, and I did survive, and then I did get through the battle, which was really hard. It took me a few tries to do that, and I still didn't learn it. So I looked it up, and I'm not allowed to learn it in Chapter 3. So that was a waste of time. It's a good thing I didn't do that on stream. That would have been frustrating. But apparently now we can, so we have to keep an eye out for anybody who is using that. I do not yet know what goes into this last summoner slot. We'll figure it out eventually, though. Or we'll use the internet and look it up. I don't know. Either or. I forgot about my dragon. I'm so happy to have my dragon. We should probably do something about the... Oh, hi everybody. Okay, let's put you all up here. Okay. I believe the gobbledygook is the one with the good item. I don't remember. I did look this up as well. Like the items that everybody drops. It's the rare drops that you want to look for. We do not need regular goblins. So we can... Go ahead and release him. Honestly, I might just release all these goblins. Except for the gobbledygook. In the hopes that our dragon friend makes more dragons. But there will only be one Bormos. Get him out of here? Yeah, I'll probably do that. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and look that up. 1 second here. What was that? Poach. Okay, hold on. Final Fantasy Tactics Poach drops. Or no, Poach list, I think is what I want to look up. I should probably put Ivalice Chronicles just in case they changed them. Okay, I know how to do that. Alright, Goblin. Oh, Gobbledygook drops an ancient sword, which we can now buy. So, not a big deal. I think we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to the goblins. We did miss our opportunity to get a pig, which drops ribbons. So, oh well, maybe later. Hey, SG, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Hope that you are well rested after the holiday and getting ready for the new year. We're going to release a bunch of goblins into the wild. And bonjour to you as well. Is releasing goblins a Christmas tradition of yours? Yeah, we're releasing a bunch of chaos into the wilderness. They're all very well fed. Harkina? What a name. Oh, yes, the yearly releasing of the goblins. Wait until we have an army full of dragons. Next Christmas is gonna be wild. Release them on the financial district? You know, that's not a terrible idea. Yeah, so this is the only one that I may have considered keeping, but he drops an ancient sword as a rare drop. And we can just buy those, so... I guess we can keep Boko just out of the fact that it's Boko, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Can we ride any creature? Like, I know we can ride chocobos. Can we ride dragons? I want to mount a dragon. It appears to be accumulating power. The creature is resting peacefully. What else does he have to say? Lets out a low growl, though seemingly one of glee. Aw, he's happy! He's our big happy dragon. Who's the big happy dragon? Yes, Bormos is. I think it's just chocobos? Aww. You're telling me that I can't get on the back of that dragon and ride him as a mount? 0 out of 10, worst game. Can't even pet the dragon. You could talk to him. And he's very happy. Oh well. Let's hope we get more dragons then. Were we buying anything? Did you need... I don't think you need that. What else do we got? Odin, Leviathan, Salamander, Lich, and Cyclops. Rends the battlefield asunder, so it just does damage. Well, I guess we can start buying stuff just for the sake of buying it. Because I don't see Reppin changing classes again anytime soon. Diffuse Moose... I mean, we literally don't have to buy anything, because he's got everything he needs, but... Hey, we got points. We might as well spend it and master the class eventually. Wolf. What can you learn? Re-raise would be fine. We'll save up for that. Just in case we need it. I don't think regenerate is going to be terribly helpful, so I'll wait to get that until later. Re-raise will be nice, but we do have a way to gain re-raise with Dragonheart. You've mastered the thief class. There's literally nothing else to do with this. What pairs well with dancer? Should I have her go ninja? Should I pick up Geomancer? I don't know. I feel like I should have her learning something else because she's really not gaining a whole lot just sitting as a thief. Although she does get speed as a thief. Yeah, she's got 9 speed, so that's going to help a lot with the dancing. Hey, Squishy Boogie, welcome in. How you doing tonight? I hope that you had a great holiday and that you're getting all set for the New Year's. How's it going? Let me see something here. Yeah, I'm not terribly certain which route to go here. Yeah, she's actually mastered Squire as well, so we don't need to do anything there. Home. I don't know. Those of you in chat who have a little bit more experience, is there any particular class that pairs well with Dancer? Like with dancing as a secondary, because we've gotten all the dances that we want. Not to your knowledge? Okay. Talent manager? Which class is that? The arithmetician, maybe? Maybe the orator? She doesn't have access to either of those. Then there's this mysterious one, which is probably Mimic. Whoops.
Yes?
You want to say monk? She does have some monk experience, and she can use these if needed. The thing is, you were using her heavily for dancing, so any other class only has small benefits, i.e. speed boost or the ability to equip armor. Yeah, that is true. That is true. She's really just dancing, and then if she happens to be freed up, like if everybody's speed goes down enough that they're just sitting ducks, then she can just walk around and casually pick everybody clean. So, I guess she's gonna just stay in that role for now, until I figure something else out.
Was there something?
Ramza... I'm also kind of... haven't moved him from where he is because his Gallant Knight has so... Oh, he has a new one. Increases one's own bravery, speed, and physical and magical attack power for the duration of the battle? Yes, please. Gimme, gimme. Hey, Kevisagi, welcome in. How you doing tonight? I hope that you had a wonderful holiday. You're getting ready for a exciting new year. I didn't even see that he had this available to buy. Anything else that I missed? No, that's everything. You didn't have Shout? I only just got it. I literally just got it. Like, he didn't have it available in his previous class. But no, he's been mostly using Focus, Tailwind, and Steel. But hey, Shout's available, so we'll take it. I like how you shouted you didn't have shout. Somebody here clearly does. Yeah, and the martial arts as the side ability is just really too useful. So yeah, I think we're gonna leave that as it is. Do we have any of these that we want to add, though? I think concentration is about where I want to stick. Do we have a better hat for him? Huh. Nah, we'll stick with that for now. It's a rough night for you, you'd just be lurking. Had to remind you that you're awesome. Well, thank you, Kepasagi. I appreciate that. You're an awesome person as well. I do hope that your night gets better. But you are very welcome to lurk. I hope that you have a good lurk. Hope that things are nice and relaxing for you soon. Definitely take care of yourself. Alright. I think we're...
Hmm?
Not where we want to be unless I want to... Let's see. I'll probably end up switching to Chemist after Wolf has learned all the white magic that I want him to learn. Alright, well, we get to go all the way over here.
Greetings. Bought catch your eye.
What kind of goodies can we buy? I don't think there's anything new here. Gold hairpin. Immunity to silence. Oh, we've seen that already, though. Gaia gear. Boosts Earth and absorbs Earth. Okay. Handy to know. Angel Ring. Grants immunity to instant KO and blindness. Also grants re-raise at the start of battle. So only once. Neat, but very expensive for what it is. Gloves of thin leather that enhance the wearer's strength. Raise 3 attack power. Neat. Neat. But very expensive. Vampire cape. A stylish cloak with an inner lining of a different color fabric than the exterior. Okay. So if you have a cloak like that, where it's 2 different colors, it is automatically a vampire cape. Oops. Wait. it does absolutely nothing else besides physical and magical evasion. Those are the rules. Those are the rules. Exactly. Okay, so cloaks are just... Oh, well, no, that cloak has a hour on it. That's a big jump in cost for an extra 3%. I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it to me. Yagyu Dark Rude. Throwing weapon, a cross-shaped throwing star with hooked points for inflicting maximum damage. Oh, we've actually got one in our inventory. That's fun. We'll buy one of these 2.
Are you happy to make this purchase? Thank you very much.
Water bomb, spark bomb.
Are you happy to thank you for your...
A nice even 20.
Are you happy? Thank you very... Are you happy? Thank you for... Are you happy? Many thanks. May I be of further assistance? Come back any time.
Alright, let's see what happens when we come over here. Dugurera Pass. Oh boy, we've got 3 different levels. I have a bad feeling.
Ready.
I will do my utmost.
Nope.
I can't wait.
I.
To battle!
What have we here? Northern Sky Scouts? Your luck is ill. So long as the Southern Sky holds this pass, you will go no further.
Well, that was short. Actually, no. We're gonna leave you here for a minute.
Come on. Every bit helps.
Bravery by 10. That should have him naturally maxed then. Maybe. I didn't actually check before we started battle.
I can do this.
Okay.
Now.
Geez, they do a lot of damage.
I cannot fall. My turn, is it?
Am I suddenly underleveled? Is that the problem? Oh, okay. That makes it nice and easy. Shield parry, damn it.
He'll pay for that.
Nice. I kind of figured evasion would happen. You still have magic, so you can just wait.
Where to, then?
La 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 la.
We've got a few.
Sorry, and
I cannot fail.
Okay, now I know how re-raise works.
You're finished! This can't be happening!
Hold on. He goes at 12. 8. 5. Yeah, we need you to go first. Hang on. That's really not much of a recovery, but... Really, it's just for yourself, so... And let's get you, out of the fire a bit. This is probably not going to keep him alive.
Let me think.
He's going to jump up there. Okay. What was it? Oh, target CT. Right. Okay. CT has shifted around a whole bunch, so that's not going to work anymore. We really need to do something about the mage, though. we need to do something about everybody, but the problem is like we also need to level up, so... Not ideal. What is this? EXP multiple of 3. Alright. Give me a second to take my pills here. Let's see if we got something better than EXP multiple of 3. I would like to hit Wolf with that, but that'll do if nothing else. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, I'd rather not do that.
You'll soon feel better. I needed that.
Who are you gonna hit? Oh, really? Okay. Yay. You're at 5. You're gonna move before he lands. He's just not doing enough damage. So clearly I need to improve something. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, it's because of his star thingamajig, his zodiac sign. That's why. Alright. Yeah, we might as well do as much as we can.
I may not survive this. Only one thing for it.
He's already got Dragonheart enabled.
Such strength. My turn.
I wonder. It'll actually knock him out. I find that kind of funny.
Down with you! No. No.
Time to dance. From strength to strength.
Okay. Obelisk. It's weird that they have jump but are not using it. Well, this is not gonna go well.
How do you fare? Now then.
Ready.
I will hold firm.
Uh-oh.
For victory.
You can't just attack now. Can probably move down one attack, but I don't think it's gonna do much good. Yeah, 77. Well, you'll get your turn back a little faster. Oh, phooey.
I must concentrate. How are you faring? I appreciate it.
Let me see.
Oh, that says hype? Yeah. Is that one of JJ's? It just looked like a party. Wait a minute. How is Raven not on the same... What? Hang on. Oh, bullshit. That's not 7.5. Why are there fish going into the dragon butthole, Jay Johnson? I don't think the dragons would appreciate that. But welcome in, JJ. How you doing tonight? I hope that you had a good holiday and that the getting ready for the New Year's. Wait a minute. No, I don't want to do that. I need to do healing. Okay, I can if I need to, but what is that? CT multiple of 3. No. Well, this kind of is a pain in the butt. Okay, fish going into Spider-Man's butthole. That's slightly better, maybe. I mean, whatever floats your boat, JJ. This is gonna have to do.
A true friend. I can do this. This will heal. My thanks.
Follow my lead.
Slowly getting them to slow down. What are they doing? Down to 6. Down to 6. Down to 3. So maybe we can steal his spear and whatnot.
Come on.
Yeah, when fish fly into your butt. Is that like when pigs fly?
I must do all I can. No turning back.
You're about to land. What goodies do you have again? Platinum sword, platinum shield. We probably want to steal some of that. Hang on. Well, you have rend abilities. You're not using them. Let's not take a chance. I mean, you're gonna end up moving, so...
Now.
I could have moved there, and yeah, she would have been fine.
To new heights.
Down to 5, down to 2. Really need to start turning people into frogs. Oh. Okay. 1 out of 2 ain't bad. Okay. Yeah, this should be fine.
You fight well.
Down to 5, down to 1.
You're most
My
gracious.
thanks.
What? It's like I almost want to revive some of the other people to try to steal their stuff. Would that even be worth it? No. Not really. Meh. I mean, you're not gonna get your turn, but... just for the heck of it.
Fight with courage.
Excellent.
Okay, well at least it hit the one person who really needed it.
My turn.
Oh, right, it's... For some reason, she's like half a step down so she doesn't get hit by it. Whatever.
Here.
La 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 la.
It's over. Everything. Just getting started.
Where to?
That was mean. He knew he was gonna land. No. Okay.
May you suffer!
Yay!
I am blessed.
Follow my lead.
Nah,
Come
it's
on.
fine. He will learn Shell, Blizzaga, Haste, High Potion, and re-equip. We'll take it. Oh, that's adjacent. Okay. Well, why can't you do that? Okay, well...
Trust in yourself.
Actually, steal accessory first, just in case. Ah. Blep.
Now then. Are you all right? I must grow strong.
Where to, then?
Ready.
Ah.
I trust in your strength.
I won't let you down.
Actually, let's have you move. Somebody's gonna have to pick that up soon.
Everything will be fine. What say you now? I must concentrate. Stay strong.
This is my fight.
There. Now that your evasion's lowered, Wait a minute.
I shall be fine.
That was an oops. I shouldn't have moved the moose. Uh-oh. No, don't you... Okay, good. Yeah, sure, give her extra speed.
For victory.
She needs it. What do you got left? Let's steal that spear. Nah. Blizzara. Okay, that's one less black mage ability we need to acquire.
Come on. Every bit helps. Ready and able.
Phooey. I wonder what improves that. Is it speed?
I needed that. My turn. Hold nothing back.
We will triumph.
Stupid coin flips.
I can do this.
Late to the party, but you are here. Well, it is good to see you, Corgi. Welcome in. I hope that you are having a lovely evening. It's good to see you. How's it going? Hope that you had a good holiday and you're getting ready for a exciting new year. You're having an amazing evening? Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad to hear that.
I must concentrate.
Oops, I forgot to mark that I took that.
I'm depending on you.
You now have a 99.99% functional typewriter from over 100 years ago. Nice! Those are not necessarily easy to, repair.
Leave it to me.
I hadn't seen that effect before. That was fun. Blip. It's taken you 2 or 3 weeks to fix it. That's not bad, though. Okay, it must have to do with speed, because her percent went from 48 to 49.
Come on.
I must be decisive.
How does that feel? Ah, yes.
Here we go.
What are we stealing next? Shield and then hat. That was easy. Stealing? We sure are, Argok. Welcome in. It's good to see you. How you doing tonight? Hope that you are having a lovely evening. Hope that you had a wonderful holiday, getting ready for a Happy New Year.
Fight with courage.
I should probably also ask, how is progress going, Argok? Still making forward progress on spooky times?
You can do it.
Oops. Ah, wrong button.
I'll handle this.
May we take your hat? May I take your hat, sir? No? It's rude to wear your hat outdoors. Blap.
I'll handle this.
There. So does anybody know, if you use steel on somebody and their bravery is maxed, does it still raise their base bravery by 1 point?
Give your all.
You took your time?
Because I'm assuming that, or I have been assuming
Let me
that
see.
once bravery is at 100, it will no longer raise your base bravery. Yeah, we can do something like that. Why not? Oh, wait. What did I cast? I thought I was casting re-raise. Oh, okay, I did cast re-raise.
Where to?
You just got clothes. It's very easy to strip a frog naked. Okay, it was a coin flip, but yeah.
No turning back.
Here!
Actually, I should be raising Weapons Braver to make sure that Mana Shield goes off. Oh, I can't move there? Fine, I'll wait. Yeah, I knew that was gonna miss. Rend power and equip swords. Okay.
I won't let you down.
I'll handle this.
There we go. Now we can come over here. Bah.
One for me.
I must concentrate.
Boy, how long does regen last?
You can do it.
There we go. There it goes. Now it works.
I can
off.
do this.
We will triumph.
Only 40% on weapon, huh?
Not bad, eh?
My turn. Stay sharp. I must concentrate. I'm depending on you.
Well, we got an extra 1% from being hit and gaining speed.
Thank you.
Ready and able. This is my fight.
Whack. They're level 32 and 33. Jeez, come on.
My turn. Hold nothing back.
Where to?
Boy, he's just trying to wrest this spear away from a frog, and it's nearly impossible. Frogs are slippery. It's true. There we go. Now we got it.
Another step on my journey.
What's this?
Hard work pays off.
We really need Wolf to be higher
I
in
must
level.
concentrate. I'm depending on you. It seems I've improved.
No, the shield was easy, at least.
To new heights. Where to?
Hat. That was easy.
Now,
Actually. Oh wait, no, we already got his hat. We're trying to make naked frogs.
Leave it to me.
I'll handle this.
There we go. Now we got a naked frog.
let me see.
Actually, okay, well, it's fine. Oh, okay. Otherwise, a little belatedly. We'll just keep doing this for a bit. 578 gil is not bad.
Come on. You can do it.
Sure, blep him, it's fine.
You can do it.
Oh wait,
I won't let you down.
oh, it didn't. I was thinking it was gonna affect the frog as well, but apparently not. That's fine. We'll steal a bunch of money. What if the game expects you to do that to buy all the new equipment? Just buy a bunch, or steal a bunch of money from frogs?
I must concentrate. Here!
I've earned this.
You are stronger now. I shall give my all.
Ready.
No turning back. Look sharp!
Come on. I'm depending on you.
There, I think I've done as much for boosting bravery as I can.
I must be decisive.
Wolf is still only level 32, though. We really need him to level up. Or at least catch up.
Give your all.
Much obliged. I must concentrate. How are you faring?
I am grateful.
Let's get you to 35.
Come on. Allow me.
I am in your debt. How does that feel?
Leave it to me.
It feels prickly.
I'll handle this.
I must concentrate. Much obliged.
Maybe I should give him a different
Ready.
stick. A healing staff is not really going to be enough healing. And he's got item if he needs to actually do something instant. So he needs to be able to beam people over the head. It'll be a little bit faster than spellcasting for gaining experience in situations like this.
I can do this. Now,
If there's something maybe I should just cast that's faster that will always work.
My turn.
Where to? No turning back.
a proud moment.
2 more levels.
Ready for anything?
I must concentrate.
We will triumph. Just the thing. I must be decisive.
Let's see. Cast speed. 25, 34. Region might miss, though, if it's already on a unit. Well, no, it would refresh it. Yeah, let's not cast Hold In, everybody. Okay, yeah, it looks like Region is the fastest thing to cast right now.
Come on. Concentrate.
Oh, and it can miss. Shoot. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to rethink this then.
Yeah.
This is my fight.
I can do this.
%. Yeah, that's not acceptable. Actually, no, these are faster at 34 speed. So, never mind. I'm just a dummy.
I must concentrate. This is what I need. Come on.
I'll handle this. Where to?
Now then.
I don't know where this frog is keeping all this money. Lep.
I must concentrate. Let me see.
I'll handle this.
Where to, then?
Come on.
Ready.
We're stronger together. I'll not waste this.
I'd hope not. Nope.
I must concentrate.
Ready and able.
I'll handle this.
Come on. Here. I am grateful. Now.
Blep. Just they go blep.
You can do it. I won't let you down. I can do this. I must concentrate. How are you faring? I thank you. Let me see.
Probably stop him at 34 just so we can move on.
Come on.
Blip. Dragoon level leveled up. What about your frog level?
I must focus.
I don't want to haste everybody. Just get him.
What say you now?
My turn.
See if he gets us out in time.
Now.
Yep.
Ready.
Please.
I'm still here.
Congrats on the diamond armor. Thank you. Really? Magic block goes down by 5%. Maybe we're gonna stick with the diamond shield. You already got a platinum helm. Oh, crystal helm, that's what it was. Let's see. I think it's the green beret that raises speed. So yeah, we're gonna leave that on. We probably need something to replace concentration, because she doesn't really do physical attacks. We're gonna have her learn something. What would be good? Safeguard would be good. Equip shields would be excellent. Let's give you a shield. Wait a minute, what? Oh. There we go. There. That should help a little bit for the occasional times that she gets targeted by people trying to stop her from dancing.
By all means.
I don't think equip crossbows is going to help. You already got Brawler. Magic defense boost, maybe. I wonder by what degree this increases it. I like how magic defense boost is just barely too wide for its label thing, so it scrolls a couple of pixels to the left and then fades out to reset, which really doesn't look good. But oh well. You're probably never gonna need this. Not enough JP for that. You can learn this. Not that you do anything that requires MP. Can't do that. Defense boost would be nice. But we don't have anybody doing Mystic to actually gain JP there. Don't have enough points for anything there. Equip polearms. Nah, I'd rather have her use a shield if it comes down to that. You've already learned. Oh, there is no support ability. Okay. That's fine. Alright, yeah, I think you're better off with a shield. There are eggs! Is one a dragon egg? Did you make a did you find a lady dragon friend and start a nest? Are we going to get a dragon? I hope we get a dragon. Oh, you already learned all that. Okay. Re-raise. Okay, so let's get re-raise. I don't know that these are going to be super useful to cast. See, here's... I really don't know if this is useful. So we've got Protect and Protect Ya. Both of them have the same area of effect, 2 tiles. So your tile and then 1 adjacent. The height effect is +3. So that gets the 4 squares in the corners? Or not. I don't know. I don't think it does. But it's like height of effect. And it costs... Whoops. It costs more than twice as much MP, and it takes more time to cast it. I would rather just have Reppin use his arithmetics if it comes to that. For protect, you know? Oh well. We'll eventually get it, and then I guess we'll switch him out of the job. You know what? No.
You see my potential.
We're doing that. I don't think we have anything else that gives movement, do we? Because Winged Boots not really wanting permanent float. Do that for the moment. Boosts water, earth, fire, water, earth, wind, ice, lightning, holy, and dark, immune to poison, toad, vampire, and undead. Interesting. I don't know if I want the drop in speed movement, though. Halves dark. Somebody's already got that, and those. I don't know if healing is considered holy. I don't think it is. Otherwise, I would consider this, just for a boost in healing. We'll leave him with what he's got. Didn't you have a different shield on? I don't remember. We'll see how that goes.
What?
Might as well learn all the things, even though we don't need to.
Please.
Sure, let's learn Salamander. Actually, no. Reppin is more of a water kind of guy. We'll learn Leviathan. get any better sticks? I don't know that we do.
By all means.
Very well.
Probably gotta look into a better sword, though.
Right.
He's got so much JP as a Gallant Knight, it's a little ridiculous. Like, I really should be putting him into other classes, but I really have no idea what to do for him. I guess we could maybe switch to Monk. See what that does to your
Right
equipment, though. Put those back on. Kind of limits what you can wear. I guess we'll try this for a bit. Is there maybe a better equipment thing that we can do? Although concentration is good for ensuring physical attacks always hit. Yeah, I think that's going to be kind of important. Alright, we'll try this for him, just so we can learn some more monk stuff. Alright, what do we got going on in the free city of Burvania? Another fight, apparently. Oh boy, we're split up again.
Understood.
I shall do my best.
Ready and able. I am yours to command.
I guess? Probably somebody's gonna jump on top of the house to get them, but yeah,
It's time.
we'll figure it out.
The heretic Ramza Baelv. So yours was the band that came through Daguerre Pass.
Well, aren't you wearing a fancy cloak?
I am Meliadul Tengil of the Knights Templar. I will have vengeance for my brother.
Tengil. Then your brother...
Isilud was heir to our house, and I loved him since first I beheld him in his crib. But you butchered him, like you did the others at Riovanna's. To commit such savagery, you are more demon than man. By order of His Holiness, I will grant you a death befitting a heretic. For you, Ramza Baelv, there is no forgiveness.
Oh boy. Oh, hello, person hiding over there.
I'll handle this.
I don't know if we want to move you anywhere yet. We probably do, but...
You shall have no mercy.
Come on.
Oh, you've got regen, okay. We should probably take a look at you. Defender grants 60% evasion, that's neat. Soothing scent of this perfume gives a sensation of endless vitality. Gives, while equipped, grants regen and re-raise. So... Are you gonna keep getting up? Excuse me. Are you gonna keep getting up so that we have to make sure that your entire army is down while you are down in order to win? Or does it only work once? I don't like that. I don't like how that's ranged. What are you? You are a ninja. You can throw bombs and katana. Jump +1. Hooray. We need to do something about that dagger. Oh look, you can cast Leviathan. Not too worried about your fundaments. You've got Sylph. He's slow and immobilize. Here's your aim. 1 and 2. Okay. As an archer, you're just an archer. Oops. Up to 7. Whoa, okay.
No turning back. Ready and able.
Look sharp!
That stung. Yay for shield parry.
Needs must.
Oh. And he gets his re-raise. Nice. So that one's not if it does damage, it's if you get hit.
We will triumph.
Sure, let's go with that.
Fear me.
No more archers. And one less mage.
I can do this.
Wait, why do you have a feather? You're not floating. Well, it's fine. Congratulations, you've hasted a frog. Oh, and didn't even hit. Good job. Did it get what's her face? I think
I've got work to do.
We need to. We'll take you down. Okay, good shield parry. We need to move you way out of the way.
I must concentrate.
Let's make for a fun little target. Actually, no, before we do that, can we... cannot. We do that from here.
You can do it.
We need to get your bravery up so that your mana shield gets hit instead of you. We're doing 10. Might as well do this. Let's see. What do we want to aim for here? More frogs or something else? Worth a try, I guess.
I have you.
Well, we didn't make that, but it's fine.
I must be decisive.
Yeah, you should be fine. Fully. When do you your turn? 10. Okay, well. Just because I have a bad feeling. Oh, 63%? Shoot. Oh, you're casting Shiva. Okay. Let's get you out of there. believe this was a safe tile, assuming that you're doing tile and not... That's the thing, I can't tell if she's doing tile or if she's doing something else. So this is either a great idea or a terrible idea. I don't know. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, of course, that's gonna be the thing. Hang on. We'll move here.
I must keep at it. Where to, then?
We really need to get the targets, the objective speed down.
This is the end.
Uh-oh.
What shields the flesh shields not the mind. Your weakness plain to see. Crush armor! Yeah!
We just got that! No, wait, no, power. Never mind. Still sucks, though. Do we want to move you? Yeah, we want to move you. Let's get you way out of the way. Hang on, let me check something here. Oh, the little feather might be re-raised. Yeah, it's re-raised. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. If we can turn the other lady into a frog, maybe we can just work on disabling her. The objective lady. Okay, so I need to do this. Nope, not gonna risk that. Too risky. Nope, that could go back. That could backfire. Ow. All right, well. See if this does it. Oh, she shield parried, okay. Well, that was not effective.
I can do this.
Can you cast? Good.
La 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 la.
Good.
From strength to strength.
Come on.
Still in the fight.
Ready.
One for me.
Okay, well, that sucks.
Follow my lead.
Good.
This will heal you.
I'm
Cheers
grateful.
for that.
I must concentrate.
No!
Wait, Meliadul! I am not your brother's killer! Had you seen what happened at Riovanes, you would understand. No mortal hands could have carried out such slaughter. The one responsible was twisted by the power of the Auracite into a Lucavi.
A Lucavi. So demons of Eld walk among us, killing for their own delight. A splendid tale. But a lie less fanciful might better persuade.
It is no lie. They keep the truth from you as they did your brother. Even the High Confessor is but a puppet, dancing on strings he cannot see. The Zodiac Stones are much more than holy crystals to be revered. They hold real power, the power to work wonders. That power manifests the heart's innermost desire, and in itself it is neither good nor evil. Yet there are those who seek to use the stones to evil ends. These are the masters you unknowingly serve. Listen to me, Meliadul. Your commander Fulmarv has been deceiving you.
Do you think to convince me with this prattle? You are a fool indeed. Lord Fulmarv is my father. And I will believe his words over your slander, heretic.
Your father? Come on.
I want to make sure that Moose doesn't get hit by that attack. Assuming that it's a line of sight thing. Can you use arithmetics while muted? I do not know. We're gonna find out. Probably not. We'll find out. It does work while silent. Harried, damn you! We need to get that person frogged. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Oh, who are you gonna attack? Don't crush his armor. Damn it. Okay, you're annoying. This battle is not gonna go the way I hope. Oh, she's gonna get healed from that.
I needed that.
And Moose didn't get anything, because he jumped.
This'll hurt.
Confound it.
Too resistant to this. Are they wearing accessories that make them immune to that? Let me double check that. That needs to stop missing. No, none of Immune to silence, fire, lightning. Okay, she needs that guardian bracelet taken off. That's why we can't disable her. She can be frog. It's just a matter of getting the right combination of stuff so we can hit her with that. I really wanted to steal her stuff. At least the mana shield absorbed it this time.
Much better.
My brother fought to save this blighted land. I share that dream. And extreme though our methods may seem, it is the only way to deliver salvation to the people of this realm. Even you must realize that revolution must happen now. With each wasted moment, the land sinks further into a mire of misery and death. Revolution exacts a price. But what price too high to see Ivalice born anew? Every birth must be baptized in blood.
No, let's not do that.
And to quail before that blood, leaving others to dirty their hands in one's stead, is weak and vile. For the sake of the realm, I would fain stain my hands crimson 1,000 times over.
That's not a great philosophy.
I can still fight.
Yeah, use potions.
Please believe me. I am not your enemy. There are others you ought to be fighting. The Zodiac Stones harbor a terrible power. Power that allows the darkness in one's heart to spawn the Lucavi. The man who was your father is gone, replaced by a demon in body and mind. The Lucavi are as real as you or I. 'Tis they who are the true foe.
Still you persist, heretic. Do you not tire of your own lies?
I sure get tired of people not listening to me.
How pitiful that a son of the great House Beowulf should so seek to blame others for his sins. It is not enough that you failed to realize your own destiny. You would drag the name of your house through the mud as well.
Oh, here we go again.
If you've any honor still, you will submit to your punishment and beg Lord Barbaneth's forgiveness in the hereafter.
My Lord Father would find no fault with my deeds. I would hope that he watches me from above with pride. Rather than concern yourself with him, you would do well to look closer at your own sire, who succumbed to the Orosite's allure. I must concentrate.
There! How can this be?
Just force you to use another potion.
You fight well. Small wonder Wheatgrass fell to you. Hear me, heretic. When next we meet, your blood will soak the earth.
Wait a minute, I still need to steal your armor. You jerk. Oh, that lady pisses me off now.
Very well.
What were you wearing? Something that gave magic points. I know that. Wizard robes or something, I think.
Greetings. Or catch your eye.
Yeah, wizards... something wizard.
Will
Hang
that
on.
be all? Who needs outfitting?
That gives 10, that gives 15. At least it's not very expensive.
This is your grand total. Your custom is appreciated.
Oh, one of the eggs are ready to hatch almost.
Will that be all? After all, in particular, may I be of further assistance?
Do we need... we
Don't
needed
be a
better
stranger
stick.
now.
I didn't want to exit yet.
Greetings. How might or catch your eye?
Oh, maybe we don't have a better one. Wizard's Rod seems to be
Will
the
that
best
be
one we
all?
got.
Come back any time.
We didn't lose any other armor, did we?
Yes?
No. What was the other thing she had? Was it shield or helmet? I don't think it was weapon.
Was there something?
There is something we're going to need to buy if we can, though. I know she's coming up. I'm going to have to equip that. It's going to wreck a lot of my planning, but... because, like, Wolf and Raven won't be able to use shields. Actually, that's okay for Reppin. Because he's having MP for his summons, but he's not using his summons that often.
What?
So he won't have a problem switching to that. Raven, it's a nice to have, not need to have. Wolf, that really annoys me. Rams is gonna need it as well. Excuse me. We didn't lose anything too expensive. That's the key thing. I'm gonna do walkies. No! Stop that. No! Stop that.
Welcome. After all, in particular, may I come back?
Okay, is there a place where we can get, like, other stuff?
Greetings, by all means.
Maybe?
Will that be all? You're in safe hands with me.
No, 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 no. What does this circlet do? Oh. Well, shoot.
May I help with all? Don't be a stranger now.
We can just equip him with that.
What?
Who else can use it? Oh, okay. Well, fine. Now we got another chocobo, and there's another egg. Okay, well. Yee, we got a new dragon. Sinope. Yay for more dragons. What level are you? 32? Yay for dragon friends. Choco pellets? That doesn't sound like Cocoa Puffs. Launches concealed spheres to attack a distant unit. Yeah, that sounds like the Chocobo is just hurling some poops. Non-human units cannot change equipment or abilities, which makes me sad. And those are the only two abilities you can learn. Oh, it's time for my other bill. Okay.
Huh?
No style. Okay, what kind of nonsense are we dealing with here? Split again.
I can't wait.
What? No. What the heck?
Ready.
I will do my utmost.
I am yours to command.
It's time.
What?
These waters look to be a formidable natural defense. Let us watch our footing.
It's just a bunch of chocobos. Choco Meteor? Ugh. Well, that's less than ideal.
Come on. Stay strong.
I am grateful.
Not bad, eh?
All right, let's see.
I shall give my all.
Ah. Not great.
I can do this.
What a joke.
At least he parried it.
I shall be fine.
Really don't like the range that these guys have. It's a little nuts.
My turn. You don't have me yet.
This is really not great. Got most of them.
Let me see.
Oh, I didn't know it hit you
I'm
guys.
grateful.
No.
How does that feel?
Time to prove my worth.
You can do it!
Time to dance.
Ah, you're going at 3. Yeah, re-raise may just save his skin. Well, no, because there's 2 of them. That's yeah. If he doesn't block, and then the next meteor
I
will take
see
him out.
the light.
Oh, and Reppin goes first. Damn it. Well. I need to get the red ones. Too risky. It's 2 out of 3 if nothing else comes of it. At least we got one of them. But that one already moved. Oh wait, no, it didn't. It's about to go. So yay! We don't have to worry about that now.
I cannot give up.
It goes at 10. .88 recovery is meh. Doesn't do enough damage. Oh well. We'll see how it works.
I must concentrate. How are you faring?
Those two combined should keep him alive.
Where to? Follow my lead!
Yeah, slow the red ones down.
I'm in your debt.
Hard work pays off.
Lands at 9. Yeah, I didn't kill it. Well, there goes Wall. Yeah, Mana Shield will absorb that, though.
Now,
6 MP left. Let's see if we can frog the other two before they do something worse to us. Now there's one. It's going to be CT Prime. Too risky. If he were immune to Toad, I wouldn't have to worry about it. There we go.
what say you to this?
Nah. Okay.
Stronger than ever.
What? Oh, okay. Will not hit target. That's fine. Ow. Yeah, the frogs don't matter anymore. You end at 8. There's no one left to heal you.
Here!
Oh, you can't move there. Well, you know what? It's fine. 6 MP is enough for a mana shield. Oh, okay. I guess Moose doesn't have to worry about that then.
A clear shot.
Your Dragoon is puppy fur diffuse Moose? Yes. Welcome in, Pius. How you doing today? I hope you had a happy holiday and you're getting ready for a nice happy new year. Oh, thank you for the refreshment. Oh, where'd my water go? Oh, and a stretch. Okay, well, I definitely need the stretch. Let me take care of the... Oh, and snacks. Oh, do I have snacks? I don't have a snack ready. Give me 1 second, one thing at a time. But Pius, how you doing tonight? Let me get refreshment here. And a reminder for us all, if you've not already done so, make sure you stay hydrated out there. I do have snacks. I just don't have any right next to me, so I have to go and get some. What snack should I have? Should I have chocolate or cookie? What should I have, Pius? Chocolate or cookie? I mean, technically the cookie is also chocolate, but got to get some foods here in a bit. Ooh, what you're gonna have to eat while you're responding to that. Let me stretch. For the other arm that's, oh, much more painful to stretch. Cookie? Okay, you can have a cookie. Give me 1 second to go grab one. I'll be right back. I have been eating cookies all week. Many varieties. But this one is a fudge-covered peppermint cream. It's basically an Oreo with covered in chocolate and candy canes. Say Happy New Year to me too. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I gotta track this as well, because I track what I eat. We'll put this under snacks. Where are you? Okay, here we go. All right. Oh. Nom nom nom. Hope I got a piece of candy cane on me. Candy cane bits are just falling off this thing. It's good though. I don't know if you have an Aldi's in your area, Pius, but that's where I got these cookies. They're really good. Solid. Very good cookie. Now I need more water. You do have an Aldi's. Well, now's the time to see if they still have them in stock. Because now that Christmas is over, they're going to start putting all their stuff on clearance. And that's going to go pretty quick. But thank you for the care package. All these nuts in your face. Know what you're doing putting them in my face. I think Moose would appreciate these nuts better. Or those nuts. But yeah, if you're looking for yummy snacks, Aldi's has A lot of good stuff. What are we doing? We're doing that. Moose, unfortunately, didn't do any damage because the bird is already dead. And they are not going to have anything to steal. So, let's do it, baby.
La 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 la.
Hey, Moose, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Pius is being quite liberal with these nuts. I don't think he will heal. Nope. I'm gonna have to move Moose somewhere else. Doing well, and yeah, you notice you shall deal with him later. I thought you might. I thought you might. Let's see. Got us up on the big TV. Oh! I'm on the big screen. Well, I feel like I gotta make sure I don't do anything to let you down. Let's see. That one's yellow. We're probably gonna get anywhere with that for a while. Let's do this. Oops.
Trust in yourself.
There, now you can get a healer. You should yell really loud and make our neighbors say hi. Whose big TV is this? Are we getting Moose's neighbors to say hi? Or are we getting Pius's neighbor to say hi? Also, I don't know who else is lurking. I don't want to wake them up. Moose's neighbors? Okay. You want me to be really loud, huh? Hello, Moose's neighbors. That actually wasn't the thing that I wanted to use. I was actually going to do something more like this, but oh well, the echo works. Oh crap, you're being evicted. Oh no! You're just going to have to live with Pius now. Pius will take care of you. Right? Pius has a place all set and ready for you. Plenty of room for all your stuff. He'll clean up after you so you can focus on whatever you need to focus on. Art and animation or whatever you need to do. Right, Pius? But here is my home. Oh, I guess the two of you are gonna have to hammer that out then. It is good to see you both, though. I hope that you all are having a wonderful holiday. You perish together? No, don't perish. You must endure. Survive. Let's get little magic points back on reppin'.
victory is assured.
Follow my lead.
I must be decisive.
Oh, they're being mean. Stupid frogs.
My turn.
I think we want items rather than crystals.
Stay strong. Onwards and upwards.
A unit entering water with a depth of 2 will become submerged, preventing it from using abilities. As the unit can do nothing other than move, it is often advisable to leave deep water as soon as possible. Oh well, we're not going to be doing any more dancing for a little bit then.
No turning back.
Yep, it just skipped her turn. That's fine. Does it hit anybody else? I don't know why I scroll down to do that.
Fight with courage!
Let's get Ursula's bravery up.
I'm depending on you.
Oh good, her dance just automatically resumes. I appreciate that.
Look sharp!
Say farewell.
La 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 la.
Yeah, at this point we're just giving some experience to Wolf so that he can get a little bit closer to leveling up.
Another step on my journey.
He lags behind a little bit. Ooh, items.
I must concentrate.
Gimme, gimme, gimme. A high potion, yay! Oh wait, he's already got 100. He's not gonna gain any more. Hey, Moose, would you happen to know, if a bravery enhancing ability is used? So like Reppin is at 100 bravery, Ramza is at 100 bravery. If you use a boost, does it still give you the +1 to your permanent bravery? Or do you have to actually gain points during battle for it to go up?
Ready.
You're not sure? Okay. You think it has a cap in each fight? Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Now then.
Okay, it's down to 1 speed. It's probably never going to get a turn again after this 1 turn that it gets.
Come on.
Excuse me.
I'll handle this.
Yay, money.
Now.
I must concentrate. Hold nothing back.
We are making Moose super brave. Yeah, go ahead and hit Reppin. Blep.
Let me see.
I trust in your strength.
Where to, then? Just getting started.
My turn. You can do it.
Yeah, I don't think he can go up anymore. At least for now.
What say you now?
Moose, you're our greatest contributor. Oh yeah, you weren't here. We got dragon friends. And dragon friend made another dragon friend. So now I've got 2 dragon friends. I was so happy last stream when I found a dragon and made it my friend. Look, he's happy. Oh, he's sleeping. Okay. Well, creatures, they're both sleeping. Oh, fine. I guess it is kind of late. It's past their bedtime. Even big happy dirds need their sleeps.
My lord?
Okay. Let's go ahead and... We should save up for elixir. Can we even buy elixirs? I'll have to check that in a minute. Oh, that's why she didn't use that. Oh no, that's Corgi. Hang on. Okay, Moose has it as well. So that's why she wasn't using that ability on Moose and threw it at Wolf instead because Moose has Safeguard. He can't lose his armor. So that's fun. And we'll wait till you got first strike, I guess. You got anything else you can learn yet? Salamander, Lich. And we'll save up for Cyclops, I guess. Okay, we're just saving up stuff. Alright. Well, we finally made it. Okay, it's just a cutscene.
A heretic at prayer in a church. Passing bold, Ramza.
Delita, I'm glad to see you well. As you say, I am a wanted man, so I shall ask it plain. Why has the High Confessor planted you amongst Goltana's men?
You took the risk to come to Zeltania simply to ask me that. Very well. I see no harm in telling you of my mission. The Black Lion, Duke Goltana, and his foremost commander, Count Orlando. I am to assassinate them.
What?
Keep your voice down. Now, listen well. Groups such as the Corpse Brigade, ill-contented with the crown and the nobility, are in no short supply. The Church merely fans rebellion's flame. The people tire of war, and their disdain for the crown waxes with each passing day. Of course, Goltana and Larg want to put down the rebellions at home, but they lack the troops to do so. To break the impasse, they seek to bring an end to the conflict, once and for all.
Then the Church was behind these months of unrest. And even as we speak, the armies of both lions amass at Besselat. All proceeds precisely as you and yours have planned.
Yes. And it will not end as either line hopes. Larg and Goltana will meet their deaths once battle has begun. Yet cut off one head and two more spring forth, so naturally their closest allies must die with them. Of the southern sky, Count Orlando, and of the northern, Lord Zalbarg, and Larg's right hand, Count Dystarg. Your brothers. With the leaders of each army gone, the fighting will cease, and those who remain will have no choice but to embrace the peace we offer.
A peace? Or surrender on the Church's terms?
The people will proffer to the Church the role of mediator with hands upraised, as will all the battle-weary soldiers. Moreover, the Church will have the Zodiac Braves.
About that.
Formed anew, they will serve as the High Confessor's loyal swords, a legend reborn to captivate the masses.
The Zodiac Braves reborn.
Of course, one thing yet stands between the Church and the Orosite. The heretic, Ramza Beowulf.
Is that it? You've come to fetch the stones? How much do you know of their secret?
I've no interest in dusty old relics. There are any number of ways to capture the hearts of the people. Besides, I am no hound heeling at the Church's skirts. I answer to no one but myself.
Meaning what?
Meaning I would not think twice of killing you, Ramza, should the hour come. But not this day. Though our methods be different, our goals are not. As long as they remain so, you are no enemy of mine.
Delita, you could come with me.
I cannot join you. She needs me. Far too much to leave her now.
Avelia.
One army has crowned a king, and the other a queen. But only one will rule, the one who outlives the other. The Church itself favors neither, for what it desires is a pliant puppet whose strings the High Confessor will hold. And happily for them, both Orinus and Avelia are well suited to the role. It matters not who prevails.
And you? Do you not use Avelia to fulfill your own ambitions?
Use her? That I cannot say. But of one thing I am certain.
And that is?
To save her life, I would gladly give my own.
Delita.
You must think this strange.
No. I understand only too well.
I address the heretic Ramza Beol. You are besieged. You will surrender yourself up to us at once.
That is some voice acting.
I know that voice. Confessor Zalmor.
Oh, for crying out loud.
You can rely on me.
Leave it to me.
Come on.
We might have to redo the battle depending on what we're facing.
To
But we'll
battle.
see.
You! You are Delita Hyrule of the Black Ram Knights! What are you doing in the presence of a known heretic?
You see me. You must not live to tell of it. In this at least, Ramza, it seems we must fight side by side.
Oh, goody.
Wait, Delita. They are no more than pawns in this game. They know nothing of the plot or the secret of the Auracite. They simply carry out their orders. If we explain what has happened, they may well listen. We might avoid needless bloodshed.
Really, Ramza? With the track record you've got with trying to explain how this works and whether they've actually listened to you, you're at something like 0 for 6 now, I think. So, good luck, buddy.
Hear your words, Ramza. These men shut their eyes to the injustice in the world and kill merely to preserve the Church's virtue. Reasoning with their ilk is futile. Even you must see this. But, very well. If you wish to throw yourself upon their mercy, I shall not stop you.
Alright, let's see what we're dealing with. Shield, weapon, and speed. Okay. I mean, a knight can already equip heavy armor, so that's a choice. Red helm. Helm weapon. Let's see. Blind, absorb HP. faith, undead. Blindness, faith, silence, harmony, and disable.
Right then. Prepare yourself. Naturally.
I mean, if the goal is to defeat him, that's not going to take very long. If Delete is doing that. See something. Runeblade, huh? Can we steal his armor? This is a silly question. But it's like, can we steal Delita's armor? And the other question is, should I steal Delita's armor? Actually, I might want to steal his sword. Oh, well, magic attack power too, that's not a big deal. But it is 14 attack power, so maybe? I don't know. The only problem is that that priest is going to go down before we have a chance to really do that. Oh well, this is fine. Bravery 97. 85, 85, 86. Yeah, I don't think Ramses goes up any higher than 97. Oh wait, what is Rapids at? I'm hitting the wrong button. 94.
Hold nothing back.
95.
Ready and able.
Can you? You can eventually. Oh, he's about to go, though. So that's not gonna work. We will stick you up here just to get ready.
Commander Hyrule, you realize what it is you do? This man is a notorious heretic, marked to be punished for his heinous deeds against the Church. That you should abet this evildoer is utterly indefensible. You will most assuredly share his fate.
My choice is made. If it means I must slay each and every one of you, so be it.
You should tremble with fear to mock the heavens so. To slay a man of the cloth is to wound this fair land's peace and turn your back on the natural order the Father has bestowed on us.
Blah, 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 old man.
Wound the peace? Surely you jest. You hide behind this peace only as it suits you. You invoke the name of the Father to subjugate the weak. This peace you hail is a vile farce. Men such as you profane the gods to speak their names.
Let's try not nuking our own party.
Merciful Father.
How can this be? Great Father, strike down these sinners, that they may feel your wrath!
Well, that worked out pretty quick.
Where will you go now, Ramza? 2 errands brought me to Zeltenia. The first was to meet with you. The second is to speak with Count Orlando.
The Thunder God? For what purpose?
I mean to enlist his aid in exposing the Church's intrigues.
How?
I have powerful evidence of the Church's misdeeds, of the truth they have long kept secret.
The scriptures of Germanique.
I spoke with the Count's adopted son, Orin, not long past. He pledged their aid should I bring hard proof against the Church. Orin was certain that his father, at least, would withdraw his troops and play no further part in the conflict.
Is that so? It's all right. She's with me. Malond has provided several others to help me carry out my task. She is but one.
Help you? I was sent to keep watch on you.
And a fine job you're doing of it.
Yeah, where were you during the last battle?
She knows everything. My plans, all of it. Like me, she works for the Church, but shares not the fanatical fervor of the Knights Templar. And like you, she longs to restore peace to Ivalice, even should your paths differ. Anything you can say to me, you can say to her.
You're the youngest son of House Beowulf. Ramza, am I right? Childhood friend to Delita, and nefarious heretic. My name is Valmafra Lenand. A pleasure.
I take it you did not come for idle chat.
I've received word. The northern sky moves.
They make for Besselat.
Count Orlando himself has departed for the same only just now. As anticipated, Duke Goltana will also strike forth, and with your Black Ram Knights, no less.
I'm afraid it's too late, Ramza. We cannot stop the two armies from joining battle now.
No, I won't give up yet. I can still convince the Count to avoid this needless bloodshed.
I might have known you'd say that. Then our paths part once again.
Be safe, Talita.
And you, Ramza.
You mean to let him go?
He acts as I expected he would.
Even your friends are only pieces to be played.
Mind your words. You know not what you say.
Such outbursts ill become you.
Haven't you somewhere else to be?
Well, that was fun. It doesn't look like we've got anything new in terms
Greetings,
of outfit.
or catch your eye.
Oh, maybe we do. Oh, look, we can buy that. I was hoping to steal a platinum armor, but I haven't gotten the chance. Oh, fine. I guess we got enough money, we can buy it.
Are you happy to make... Thank you for your... Will that be all?
No.
By all means. May I be of good choice?
It's an extra 20 hit points.
This is your grand total. You won't be disappointed.
Um...
May I be of further assistance? I await your next visit. Greeting. After all in particular, may I help? Come back any time.
We got for our mages.
My lord?
What are we saving up for you again? Elixir, right? Oh yeah, can we buy elixirs?
Welcome, or catch your eye.
Nope, it doesn't look like we can. That's fine.
May I be? Come back any time.
Well, let's see what nonsense we get to deal with next. Actually, no, Rems is a monk right now, so I don't have to worry about weapons. Okay. Are these people or monsters? Not a lot of room.
I can't wait.
I shall do my best.
Leave it to me. I am yours to command.
Forward!
People.
That's the last of it. The winds bear it onward now.
What did you do? Have a really bad fart? Those are ill winds indeed.
And fair winds they are. They
Oh.
should keep it airborne for a half day if they hold more than enough time.
You know what? Just never mind. Never mind.
Now there's a creature I had not thought to find in these wastes.
One might say the same of a Knight Templar so far from the church. What is it you scatter to the wind?
Oh, that? Oh, I suppose there's no harm in you knowing. There's naught you can do to stop it now.
Stop what?
This.
Oh, no.
Poison!
Indeed. Though it is something of an acquired taste.
So they were farts.
We cast this fine powder upon the winds toward the northern sky. The toxin will not kill the men who breathe it, but it will strike them ill, rendering them unable to fight.
But why? Surely the church does not intend to hand victory to Goltana.
Very clever. I'll expect no less of a Beowulf. The moment Goltana hears of the northern sky's plight, he will send his armies against them. With his own stronghold unguarded, Goltana will be an easy target for assassination. And Count Orlando with him. But do not think Duke Larg will escape this scourge. He too will die. So you see, we really have thought of everything.
Your methods are inhuman.
You should rejoice. This will mean an end to war and bloodshed. And with that end, a new beginning. The Church's hand shall rule. Such is the will of the people. They clamour for change. An end to grovelling at highborn heels.
The church is a covetous would-be usurper. Nothing more. Rather than seek to elevate the people, you manipulate their hopes and fears in order to seize power. The war will end, but not like this. There is another way.
Mayhap. But you shall have to best me first. Let us see how your strength holds.
Yay for Mana Shield. Do you have any MP after that? Nope.
My turn. Stay strong.
No turning back.
He's got a lot of hit points. Why do you have a lot of hit points? Luminous robe and lambent hat. Oh. Okay. You just got a lot of hit points because you have a lot of hit points. Ooh, I want your hat. We're not gonna get it. This is... 11 speed is gonna be a pain in the ass to reduce to 0, plus you got all these other people. I'm just... okay. It is what it is. We'll just jump.
I can do this. I should heal. What say you now?
Oh, phooey.
Dodge this.
Now.
Hold on. Put our mana shield back up. Oh. That's gonna hit everybody. Dang it. No, too risky. What is that? CT divided by 5. Yeah, he's probably immune to Toad. No. Well, that's 3 of them. But it's gonna miss the one guy, so... Yeah, there's not really a great arithmetic for this.
Leave it to me.
I'll return the favor.
I've earned this.
Oh shoot. Poison took his mana shield out. Not great, but at least we got a few of them. A couple of them.
Once you've put a stop to this fighting, what then? How do you propose to purge Ivalice of her corruption? To answer the cries of her downtrodden populace?
Free ice cream?
Her fever will not cease to rage till her festered limbs are cut and seared. Even you must see that.
You would cut away the pure flesh with the foul. What good can come of such wanton butchery? No. This is sophistry spun by the very perpetrators of this war, and I will not be swayed by it. There are ways to heal a festered wound without the knife. The poison can be drawn.
Also, magic?
Pray tell, what poultice might draw the nobles from this land?
Isuna! We can cast that.
So long as you blight it with your existence, we must bow to your whims.
It's like it kind of falls apart there, but, you know.
Such is the way of the world, the foundation upon which men build their kingdoms. Should even two men exist, they can never know equality. The one may rule, the other must obey. The one may profit, the other must toil.
Here we go with this again.
Ever will one seek to exploit the other, and I will not be exploited. I will claim your seat and take what is my due.
But I like my chair.
You think to cure the realm's corruption by becoming part of it? There is no difference between you and those you would depose. What when another comes to claim your seat? You care not for Ivalice's suffering. You care only for your own.
Oh, such righteous words. A pity they only add to your hypocrisy. You ain't leaving here alive.
Uh-oh.
Time to die!
Everything lost.
Well, at least he doesn't have poison on him anymore.
Open your eyes!
Now then. Everything will be fine.
Ready and able.
Okay. Got 4 of them. Stop going after Repin.
Let me see.
Okay. We gotta do something about these yahoos. Alright, it's 3 of them. What is this? Prime CT. Yeah, I want the mage out. Two out of 3 ain't dead. Whoops! Sorry, Wolf. That's a problem.
Come on.
You see something here? Oh, good.
Here.
There, problem solved.
You ain't leaving here alive.
Unfortunately, well, mana shield, please. Thank goodness. He's gonna hit him with an arrow, though. Oh, 152 damage. Jeez. Oh, aim plus 5. That's why.
I can do this.
There. That'll keep him alive.
Time to dance.
Well, I should say it has a high chance to keep him alive. Oh, really? Just 2? Fine.
One for me.
He can't block archery. Phew.
I must concentrate. Stay strong.
You ain't leaving here alive. In my sights.
They really have it out for Redmond.
Where to?
You got them all. Nice. Alright, well, let's see what we can hit. I knew that would miss. Good.
Come on. Stay sharp.
There. Now I don't have to worry about that 5% chance of mana shield not going off.
No turning back. You are stronger now.
Much obliged.
Hopefully that helps a little. Maybe I should have done shell. Oh well. Really? You hit them all and then you miss them all. Mana shield was should like that. Did that try to crit? Yeah, all your frog fans can't do anything.
Allow me.
You're most gracious.
I'll handle this.
Where to, then?
Oh, nice. No. Ooh. Well, not much we can do to have this hitting wolf. Maybe it'll miss. We'll have to see. Ah, he parried it. Oh well. Was worth a shot. You got MP, so you can just sit.
La 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 la.
I can't go on.
Yeah, I think that might have been a crit, but Mana Shield blocked it, so we're all good. Okay, so all I need to do is get his speed down to 1, and then we can strip him naked. Because he deserves it. Asshole farting on us like that. Humph. Does this remove disable? It probably doesn't. Huh, it does.
Stay strong.
Okay.
Excellent.
I agree.
Now then.
Reppin will actually get his turn, so it's fine. Let's do... Shell.
Time to dance.
Hit the boss. Good. The rest I don't care about. What are you down to? 8. Yeah, we'll get there. Oh, first, do a quick movement to get our mana back. Or mana shield. Alright. He probably is immune to frog. Oh? Oh no, that's we don't we do not want that hitting Ramza. No. I mean, I guess we can try it again. Shell will fail to go off if this hits, though. Oh well. Freaking hell. Well, that didn't go according to plan.
Where to?
Nope.
Come on. How are you faring?
You ain't leaving here alive.
Oh, you're hitting him now. I think you realize
In my
that.
sights.
Uh-oh. Ow. Poor wolf. Don't hit him with that.
Follow my lead.
When do you go? You go at 10? This fires off at 9.
This is my fight.
I must concentrate. Stay strong.
I am in your debt.
Time to dance.
Let's see. Maybe we can hit him with something else. Maybe slow. Oh? There.
You can do it!
I shall give my all.
Ready and able.
Yeah, hit the guy with mana shield. Ya dingus.
Come on. Here.
Did that hit him? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, you're down to 7. He doesn't have anything else to do at the moment, so we're just gonna keep Shell up.
Now.
You, on the other hand, what can we do with you? I really wish Toad would work on him. I mean, I can keep trying. As soon as I figure out which one of these will attack him. No, let's not do that on the party. We just need Wolf to level up, and then we won't have to worry about that. There we go. Not likely to work, but... yeah. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that. He's hiding behind the thing. I didn't see that he was a target. No!
From strength to strength.
Leave it to me.
What's this?
Stay strong.
Where to, then?
Is this mage important? I mean, I guess stealing your black robe would be nice. Immune to slow. Okay, well that's great. I don't care about that. Oh, I guess we'll... Can we jump? No, we can't hit you with that. We'd have to move. And you're about to go.
One for me. Ready for anything?
What are you gonna do?
I can do this.
I must concentrate.
Alright, time to undo the damage. No. I don't want to hit the other frog. No, we're crying out loud. Sure that it's not targeting anything else. Alright, what is this? Elevation multiple of 4. There. Fixed my little oopsie.
I shall give my all.
You're too kind.
Didn't do what you were hoping it would do. Jeez, you're just sort of hiding back there. Six. Down to 6. Right? Yep.
Come on. Allow me.
I'll handle this.
Give your all.
Much obliged.
What's this? A proud moment.
Okay. That works for now.
I must concentrate. How are you faring?
Thank you kindly.
Ready.
Now then.
Finally. Is him down to 5 or 4?
We will triumph.
5, okay. I don't care about that.
Just the thing.
Ready and able.
Look sharp!
Moose is going to be super buff by the end of this again.
Come on. Are you all right? Ah, yes! One for me.
Four. What is this? Level multiple of 4, right?
What say you to this?
How does a frog parry? That's interesting. Haste and then slow did not actually take it down, like from haste did to normal. It actually removed haste and then applied slow. So that's fun to know.
You ain't leaving here alive.
You just wait. We're gonna get your speed all the way down to 1. We're gonna have Raven to strip you naked. That fancy little ice gun that you're so keen on. That's gonna be our toy.
Stay strong.
I thank you.
And then you're gonna walk out of this desert naked. Only you're not gonna walk out of this desert because we're going to kill you. Murder! It's my favorite. I wonder what Moose's attack is at now. You're about to turn into a thing. So that's fun. A treasure chest. Cool. Let's go have... Oh, you're not going to be able to retrieve that. Maybe Reppin can get it.
La 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 la.
3? Yeah. I forgot to tell my phone that I'm not sleeping yet. Fix that. You can't get it either? Oh, come on. Alright, we'll have Moose get it in a minute. Let's see, what was that? Level multiple of 4, right?
Fear me.
Cloak evasion. Bah.
You are stronger now.
No turning back.
Gimme goodie. A diamond bracelet. Shiny.
I must concentrate. Here.
You're most gracious. I am grateful.
Time to dance.
Yay, down to 3. The frogs are definitely down to 1 by now.
Give your all. Thank you kindly.
Maybe he's slow enough we can start stealing his stuff.
Much obliged.
Oh, there goes haste. Let's see. Yeah, he is like 21 turns away from whatever he's going to be doing next, so...
I am blessed.
I'll handle this.
We'll move a little closer so that we can get ready. Can't do anything yet, though.
Ready and able.
Come on.
You're most gracious.
I am in your debt.
Well, we're probably going to make do with that.
What say you to this?
Where to?
We'll give it one more slow dance. Phooey.
I must grow strong.
Whoops, that could be a problem.
I'll handle this.
Alright. What do you got? Oh, you have counter tackle. Ooh. 28%. Alright, we're gonna have to adjust our strategy a little bit. Give me 1 second. Out of curiosity. Alright, I wanted your hat. Immune to confusion and charm. Av's dark. Okay. Well, if we can steal the accessory, then we can steal heart. Yeah, we're not going to be able to take any action quite yet. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. We're going to end up tagging Ramza with slow. You know what? That's fine. Yeah, you can't quite get there, so... we'll just do this.
Where to, then? Just getting started.
Not quite yet. And more it is 22. Yeah, we need her to wait just a little longer. Yay! Does that knock him off the board?
Let me see.
No, it puts him at 21.
I trust in your strength.
Let's go ahead and move you over. Well, he's probably going to go after you no matter what.
Ready.
Okay, well, one more wait.
This is my fight. My turn.
You are stronger now.
Excellent.
Hard work pays off.
Okay. It's a crappy chance, but we'll see what happens. Oh, 16 damage is not a big deal. Hmm. Hold on. I'm getting confused here. Yeah, this is who I want hasted. I don't care about frog haste.
I must concentrate.
You have my thanks.
We're healing the frog, but whatever.
I must be decisive.
Oh, phooey. Oh, there we go. Blep. Yeah, get off of that space. There.
I shall give my all.
I'll handle this.
You jerk. What was it? Okay, so this is level multiple of 3. Oh, it's gonna hit Moose. Well, it'll be fine.
My turn.
We'll just wait a turn, I guess. There. No more ice gun for you.
We will triumph.
What was it? Level 3? Yeah. Let's steal that nice hat, shall we?
Wide open!
How about how those nice robes you've got on?
I must concentrate. Allow me.
I'm in your debt.
I am grateful. I can do this.
How about that nice bracelet that you got on next?
Yeah.
No? Let's see. That's not gonna hit her. There we go.
We're stronger together.
Come on.
No turning back.
Try to get everybody to 40 or close to it. Oh, stop it. You're no longer a threat.
Wide open!
Now then.
My turn.
Ready.
Thank you. Now that you're naked, we're gonna go steal everything from your frog friends. It's fine.
I must concentrate.
I'll handle this.
What do we want to steal off of you? Diamond sword. Ooh, shiny. Wait, you're a geomancer? What did you even have? Oh, you had all sorts of things you could have done. Too bad you got turned into a frog. Anyway. We need to take your cape first, I believe. And then your shield.
Much obliged. Come on. How are you faring?
What other goodies can we steal off of you? Sword, hat, and robe. Alright. Take that sword.
I shall give my all.
Blip.
My turn.
Ready.
Hello, hello. Hey, HG. Welcome in. It's good to see ya. Battling is going pretty good at the moment. So what we did, what my tactic is mainly, is I have Raven here dance, using the slow dance until everybody's speed is as low as I can get it. So all the frogs here are at 1, and then our objective, the boss here, is at 3, I think. Because he kept evading it. Oh, he's down to 1. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's why well, actually it didn't matter. Anyway, he had a hat on that increased his speed. We took his hat. He's down to 1, so he's not going to get any turns. It's very sneaky and very smart. Well, I can't take the credit for it because it was a tactic I saw Yagamoth do. I don't know if you've seen him. He did like Secret of Mana, speed runs, like 1 player 2 controller, that kind of thing. Does a lot of fun stuff. Lives over in Europe. Has a very smoothing voice. Okay, you're familiar with him. You know exactly who I'm talking about. I saw him talking about that, and I'm like, ooh, action economy is powerful. So that's what I worked towards, was action economy modifications. And because she is thief class with dancer ability, she's kind of ignored for the most part. Sorry about the power outage the other day. At least we didn't lose any food. I kind of forgot to mention that at the start of stream. We did have a power outage on... Oh my gosh, what day was that? The days are a blur. Not too long ago. Sunday? Maybe? Yeah, I think it was Sunday. Yeah, it kind of sucked. The day after the betrayal. Now, HG, now we've talked about this. It was an accident, and we know that that's not going to happen again. I'm going to be more careful moving forward. So for anybody who's not aware of So I Say Time Will Tell, okay. All right. Well, the question is, will you return the courtesy if I don't go after you, will you not go after me? But hopefully we can come to an accord. Or agree in accord, or whatever the phrase is. Oh, Doritos. That sounds good. Anyway, for anybody who's wondering what I'm talking about, me and Hungry Guria and, Jay Johnson, some other people, we were playing Fall Guys, and I accidentally hit her with one of my bombs. That was the unspoken deal before I broke it. No more peace allowed for you. Aw. Well, I'm gonna give you peace anyway, whether you like it or not. But yeah, so now I'm now I'm on the list, and HG is gonna get me, I guess. Unless she changes her mind. It's always possible. Anyway. So yeah, now that everybody's got, like, really low speed, we're just, well, also, I turned them into frogs. I can't turn the boss into a frog, because I guess that would make cutscenes very awkward. But we stripped him naked, so now we're just working on everybody else. Let's take your hat. Abilities, steal hat. My hat.
Now.
And a lot of what we were doing here is with reppin'. Nudity sure is a tactic. It sure is. Doesn't work very well for the enemy. But I have reppin' here. He has arithmetics, along with a pretty good variety of spells to work from. All of the important white magic ones, a lot of the important black magic ones, and a few miscellaneous ones like haste, slow, immobilize, hesitation, and so forth. So, provided we can actually hit things with it, because sometimes getting the math to math out doesn't always work, he's very powerful. And honestly, like, everybody here is another streamer, except for my sister Raven. Excuse me. Rep is Reppenwolf. Diffuse Moose, he was in chat earlier along with his partner Pius. I don't know if they're still watching or not. Wolf the Lycanthrope is a streamer as well. And, like, I'm technically not on here, but that's fine. Let's see. Yeah, I have a thing on here, a channel point redemption, where if you want to, you can join the army. Although at this point, we're kind of late into the game that I don't know how well I'd be able to level you up and stuff. We got a few people who's fallen behind as it is. But we do have dragon friends. We have mascots. We have dragon mascots. We had one. Now we've got two. And I hope we have more. I want a whole army full of dragons. Friendly dragons that are nice and happy. Anyway. Let us... We need to do haste on Raven again. Does this work? I believe it does. Oh, don't tell me to stand watch. I'm gonna sit.
I must be decisive.
And we're just kind of trying to get people to level 40. If they're not.
Ready and able. One for me.
And then whenever we've got things stripped down, Moose will absolutely annihilate the enemy. Because he has been working on boosting his strength. And now it's at 33.
I'll handle this.
What do you got left, little frog? Your clothes. May I take your coat? Thank you, sir.
No turning back.
I can do this.
You can attack. What was it? Level divided by 3? Or level of 3? This is a replay for you? It is not. This is my first time playing. The only exposure I've had was tuning in on your stream. So, like, that one-on-one battle, I was aware of that. And I had a tactic for it, which is kind of what Reppin is equipped with right now. So he has Mana Shield and Mana Font. And I gave that to, I wanted to say Hansa, to Ramza. So basically, what happens is you move to restore your magic points, and then Mana Shield. If they hit you, then it goes to your magic, regardless of how much magic you have. So you could have 1 MP, and they could try to do 100 damage, but it'll only be eaten by that 1 MP. So as long as your Mana Shield functions, you move and then you take your action. As long as the enemy does not get 2 actions in a row or 2 turns in a row, it's basically a default win. So I did have to up his speed a little bit to prevent that from happening. Make sure that his bravery was at 100 so that it had a 100% chance to go off. And then after that, he was able to do that one-on-one section without any problem. A lot of what's moving forward is largely blind, because I kind of didn't want to completely tune in because I didn't want to spoil everything. We're getting into really fuzzy parts for me. And yeah, I'm just doing what I can. Let's see, what was it? Nope. Level, multiple of 3, slow. Oh, she's now multiple of 3. Whoops. Love how your approach is totally different than mine. That's what's great about this. There's so much replay value. It's very true. When it comes to, you know, just tactics in general, everybody's going to address things in a different manner. They're going to have a different way of handling things. It's a little different for everybody. That's what makes these kinds of games so much fun. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna have to figure this out from scratch. No, that's not what I wanted to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I'm just making sure that she's over there. Right. Start here. Start at the top. This is the math thing. Figuring out the math. Brute forcing the math. 'Cause I'm bad at math. Do I want to slow down Ramza? I don't think that is a big deal. Yeah. So what is this? This is level multiple of 4. Yeah, we can do that. I want to know how a frog can parry a spell. But it's fine.
I am in your debt.
Also, chakra is super powerful. Okay. Let's move you over here. What kind of goodies do you got? That gives you 20 deflect. Okay, so I just need to steal your stick. Phooey. Well, it's roughly a coin flip. Know what you mean generally in these games, there is a right and a wrong way. Well, wait a minute, then who's doing it the right way and who's doing it the wrong way?
What say you now?
I say that frog is dead. I think we can move you over here. So you can hit things with your... Well, actually, no, not there. Come up here. You can hit everything with your gun, I think, here. Throws smoke bomb and runs away. Let's get him a little closer so that we can actually do this and see everybody. Not a problem. Oh, he's gonna get his turn. Oh no. I'll kind of show you, HG, once he gets his turn, just how powerful action economy can be. We'll go ahead, let's see, it was leveled by 4? No, that was for haste. It was 3 for slow, but not anymore. How about experience? Yeah, we can slow moves, it's fine.
Look sharp!
Where to?
May I have your stick, kind sir? You really want to hold on to that. He's not going to be able to actually do anything, so we'll just use this on yourself and it's fine. Sir, may I kindly take your stick? Thank you.
I must focus.
Let me see.
Why can't you move over there? Yeah, you know what, it's fine. Just hop up here. What was it? Level divided by 4 for haste? Nope. You'd better run. Oh no, we don't want to haste him. Fine. No, okay. Well, time to root force it again. Yeah, this works. Oh, that's 9.5. That's not gonna work then. Where do we want to park you? I guess we'll park you over here for now. Is that a cookie, Nom? I like cookies. Cookies are delicious. You know what? Let's just keep you up here for now. Okay. And now, may I take your hat? Thank you for the hat.
Come on.
May I take your coat? No? Blep.
I will not fail.
So they don't realize it, but because steel is based on speed, the frog is actually just helping her steal better. There. Now I got everybody in frame. It's going to be a lot easier to use his abilities. Let's see. Yeah, because earlier in the battle, I accidentally unfrogged one of the frogs, and that would have been a little bit of a disaster if he'd been able to cast magic. What do we want to do? Let's maintain slow. I believe that's this? Okay, nope, not anymore, it's not. Actually, it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll do this. Even if it hits him, it's fine. Blep. Oh, not blep. Okay. Well, now you're gonna have to him move over here in order to shoot you. How rude. Let's move you over here, I guess. Can you do a thiefy thief from here? What do you got left? Oh, we haven't taken your coat. It's impolite. Before you can have a seat, we must take your coat. Thank you.
I must concentrate.
And now, your accessory, if you please. Well, fine, if you don't please. Okay. So, what's his face? What is his face? What is your name, dude? Barrick. He's finally getting his turn, right?
You ain't leaving here alive.
He can't really do anything. Leg shot, sure.
For you!
Okay. So now, you may notice there's a number next to everybody's health bar, right? Which says basically how many ticks will go before they get their turn. He doesn't have one. And the reason for that is if we look at the combat timeline, it only goes back 40 ticks, and he's not on them. So he is so slow because of his speed being down and everybody else's being normal that he's fallen off of the timeline. He'll eventually get back on it, but that's how helpless he is now. We've got control of the battlefield and can do whatever we want, which is why we're stripping everybody naked for their loot. How do we play as the cute frogs? Hang on. I'll show you. Give me a minute to figure out who to hit with this, though. I don't want to do that with CT. No, wait, this is level. Level until a 5. Yeah, this is fine. Oh. Well, that's how we would play as the cute frogs. But it didn't work.
I must be decisive.
We'll give it another try in a minute. We need to steal your accessory. There we go.
Are you alright?
Is MP back?
Now.
There we go. Now we play as a cute frog. He's hasted, so he's a very fast-hopping frog. What goodies do you got? Oh, hairpin. Yeah, you don't have much in terms of evasion, so. Bah.
One for me. Ready for anything?
Okay, he's level 40, so he can stop.
I can do this.
See? Now we get to play this the frog. We can hop, and that's it. Now he can complain to Reppin to turn him back. Flip. Fine, we'll turn him back. He's not very happy as a frog. Oh, no. Who's leveled up? Oh, no. Well, this was an error. You know what? This is fine. So now somebody else gets to play the frog. Ah. Give me your bow. Here, we'll bring him... Where can we take him? Over here, I guess. There we go. Now we got the bow.
Come on.
Oh, nope, that's not gonna work. We'll just...
Now then.
We want to give haste to Raven. We don't want to give haste to him, though. There we go.
Fight with courage.
Actually, let's move you over here.
I'll handle this.
What do you got left? Let us steal your hat. That's not how that works. You're supposed... Frog is slow. Yeah, you sit here. We'll turn you back to normal. Here. We've been boosting his attack so much, even as a frog, he does a little bit extra damage. We probably shouldn't do that. Look, as a frog, he should be able to do jump. Here. Blep.
I will not lose.
Frogs, please.
Ready.
You can actually go around and blep everybody that's got Dragonheart and give them re-raise. What were we grabbing? Everything, okay. Steel hat. Your hat, sir. Thank you. Let's go ahead and assume you go. Hey, Frisky, welcome in. How you doing tonight? It's good to see you.
This will heal you.
There.
I must concentrate.
Now he's back to normal. I was gonna use Purification, which also cures Toad. But yeah, we'll just use Chakra now.
Stay strong.
I appreciate it.
Oh, look. What's-his-face finally got back onto the timeline. He gets a turn in 33 ticks. You want to play this again, but you've got Star Ocean 2 to play. So many games. I totally understand what you mean. I got a couple of games recently, including Civilization 6. I did not know this, but apparently Archipelago can be played with Civilization 6. So I figured, well, it does want the expansion, so I had to buy those, and those were like 90% off. And I tried playing just a normal game, and like, I kind of struggled a little bit because it's been so long since I played a Civilization game that I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I played Civ 5 a fair bit with my sister, but yeah, I have to relearn everything. It's been a long time since I played. Apparently even the ones are the good ones? Oh, apparently the even ones are the good ones. Oh, like even and odds, like odd ones are good and even ones are bad, I guess. I don't know. I think it's it kind of depends on the franchise and the developers. But that's what you heard, you don't know. Well, I don't know either. I'm not as big of a Civilization fanatic as some people. But the pattern that I've been seeing is that it first gets released and everybody hates it because it changed something intrinsic. Or it iterated in a way they didn't like. And then, years down the line, after a handful of expansions and a number of patches, people start liking it, and then they release the next in the series for everybody to hate, and then the process repeats. Let's see. Nope, not dance. Your coat, sir, if you please.
Let me see.
Let's see. Yo, how's the game so far? Hey, welcome in, Belgian Raffles. Doing pretty good. We have everybody crippled in terms of action economy, so we're stripping everybody naked before we take out the objective. This is fine. You grew up on Civ 2 and have played an okay amount of Civ 5. Your friends all got into Alpha Centauri in a big way back in the day. I heard about that. I was kind of interested in it, and then when it first came out, it followed the same pattern of everybody hates it at first because it's different. I don't know what it's like these days, though. Your coat, please. May I take your coat? Thank you. You heard good things about Alpha Centauri. Ascendancy was good too. Nice. We're just gonna go ahead and preemptively do that.
Come on.
No turning back.
Where to?
Star Control 2, Master of Orion 2. I have not played those ones, unfortunately. There's a lot of games that I've not played, so that's not really a surprise. Let's see. Can we maintain the haste on Raven? Yeah, we can haste the frogs, it doesn't matter. They're kind of useless. So...
Ah, yes!
Fast
Time
frogs
to prove my worth.
does not matter.
I've earned this.
My turn.
I'll handle this.
Wait, we need your accessory, right? Yes. Ah! Phooey.
I must be decisive.
We need you to do something that is not going to make people unhappy, so we'll do this.
You can do it!
Jeez. Come on, it's better than a coin flip.
I must concentrate.
Ready.
After watching HD play, you realized how underrated the chemist is? Oh, there we go. We finally got the armlet.
It's over for you.
Chemist definitely has some very useful abilities. I should probably... I don't have auto potion on anybody. I imagine that would be kind of useful, but with as much damage, auto potion carries a lot of your game, and reliable revive from a distance is important. Guns make them that much better later, yeah. I think we might be able to learn most of what we need from Chemist. Wolf has been our support in terms of using items in white magic.
Come on.
Let's see, you don't need any
I'll handle
experience. Let's see, steel weapon. Thank you kindly. Not sure how you feel about the negotiator or mediator. Well... You mean the... Well, in this one it's called the Orator. So, early on, there were some useful things that I did. Let's see if he can unlock... Well, no, we need a mage to unlock it.
I must concentrate.
So, Reppin I should be able to look with him. So... Mimic Darlavan is basically a free sleep. It has a lower chance, but there's no resource cost. Defraud is pretty easy to spam. It's basically like steal, but at a distance. Insult, I don't know about that. Condemn, again, it doesn't cost any magic points, so your trade-off there is a lower chance of it hitting. You started moving away from healing magic in a lot of games. It's often not meaningfully better than items if gold is plentiful, then why bother? I have not had that experience with this game. I've had to use other tactics and healing in some form or another. The Monk's Chakra ability has been really helpful to restore magic points and hit points when needed. But wolf casting healing magic is also pretty useful. But Reppin as an arithmetician, using healing magic, provided I can get the numbers to align, is also pretty useful. I need to get him to learn Kuraja? Whatever the highest level one is, because I thought that I couldn't use that with arithmetics, and you can. Yes, this is my first playthrough. But I mostly got praise. Oh no, you're fine. Yeah, just don't tell me anything about the story. No, I have not played this before. This is a first playthrough. Do I not have that? Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's in my, yeah, exclamation point first. Yeah, no worries. You're all good. But yeah, give me 1 second here, guys. Had to fix something. Praise I started to use early on to try to get bravery up, because bravery is one of those things on Reppin because he uses Mana Shield, and then on Ramza because he also needed to use Mana Shield and Mana Font in conjunction with each other. I needed to start raising those, so having an Orator with Praise helped to get that going until Ramza could take over that job. Mana Shield is, if you take damage, you will react with Mana Shield, and it will go to your mana instead of to your health. So that's going to be dependent on your bravery. So if you have low bravery, then you've got a low chance of that happening. Here's the thing, though. So Mana Shield will absorb the entire amount of damage, even if you've only got 1 MP. Mana Shield, where was that? Mystic? No. Okay, so Mystic has Mana Font. And then I think it was Time Mage. Yeah, Time Mage has Mana Shield. So you pick up Mana Shield from Time Mage. You pick up Mana Font from Mystic. And then basically you take 1 step to restore your MP. And then if anything hits you, that MP gets, that disappears. So you survive the hit. Provided that your bravery is high enough. So that's why I have Reppin, I've been boosting his bravery throughout the game. Same thing for Ramza. It's really, really good for one-on-one fights. But it's a little harder to take advantage of in most fights. Sorry, I've got a chip in my nail that was catching on my clothing. So yeah, it's, and this is something I stumbled upon while looking other stuff up. It was called MP Switch, and you used it never. Well, now you see that there is some value to it. But again, it's a little niche. In large battles, it's not necessarily gonna be the thing that keeps you alive 100% of the time, but it certainly has saved Reppin often. And because he uses arithmetics, which does not consume MP, that means that he's able to freely cast spells, provided the numbers align. I have summon as his action because I want him to have something else that he can do if he does have MP. And none of the summons can be used with arithmetics, so that gives him basically a larger repertoire to pull from. I have half MP equipped because summons are expensive, and he might not have the MP otherwise. But he hasn't been doing a whole lot of summoning. He's mostly just using arithmetics. He has done a couple of summons, but mostly it's arithmetics that's doing all the work. You don't like Summoner too much? Thoughts? It's come in handy a couple of times. Yeah, their spellcasting is very slow. But you don't have to worry about accidentally catching people that you don't want caught. So, like, if you're doing healing in an area, and it's only going to affect your allies. And the healing summons are pretty fast to cast. Moogle has a cast speed of 34. Fairy has a cast speed of 25. And then if you compare that with White Mage, Cure has a cast speed of 25, and it just gets slower from there. So summon healing is actually, it may not be super powerful, but it is actually a faster cast for healing magic using summon instead of white magic. Throw summon or black magic onto a priest? Yeah. Yeah, right now I've got Wolf is kind of our healer. I usually do white magic and items, so that he's got a way to just throw items out, if necessary. But Reppin has actually done a fair bit of healing and reviving as well with his arithmetics. Let's give you more than 0 here. Let's see if we can maintain haste. Not like that. So you see, you kind of have to force the numbers a little bit. Your Dancer with slow was pretty clutch that one time. Yeah. Well, I mean, Dancer with slow dance is very powerful just in general. Because as we can kind of see here, they're not getting any turns. They've all been reduced to 1 speed. So their CT is increasing really, really slowly. And that's going to be a lot more powerful than boosting your own speed, although that is also helpful. It's going to be exponentially more powerful to reduce their speed than it is to increase yours. Level 3? No, because it hits him. No. Oh, come on. One of these have to work. Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, fine. She's not going to get a haste. Was it Prime? Oh, I didn't want to give it re-raise. Well, it's fine. It's fine. Re-raise actually won't trigger until its turn comes back around, and its turn is never going to come back around. Oh wow, you got a lot of hit points. Oh well, that's because we haven't stolen anything yet. We're just going to... Well, we do want you to level, so let's just go ahead and do a quick shell. And let's see, what do we need to steal off you? Okay. Oop. Excuse me. Steal. May I take your hat? No? It's very rude.
Come on. Concentrate.
Hard work pays off.
Ready.
Your hat, sir. It's very impolite to sit at the table with your hat on. As a frog. Oh, you get your turn, do you? Blip. Oh, because of the shield parry, you don't get any speed up. Oh well, it's fine.
Ready and able. I must concentrate.
Oh, how rude. Your hat, please. Thank you. Making me do this with a less of a chance of actually succeeding. Grumble, grumble, grumble. I need him to work his way around the other way.
We will triumph.
No turning back.
Oh, good. Your coat, if you please. Thank you. You're watching a funny documentary about board games that your sister told you about? Oh, yeah?
Come on.
Okay, I guess we can move Wolf back over here then.
Ready and able.
Oh, I should have taken your cape first. That would have made it easier. How silly of me to take your coat, but not your cape. There we go. Can chemists natively equip guns? Yes.
I must concentrate.
Now.
Now, let me show you a seat. There you go, have a seat.
Come on.
Oh, you need to get a level up. How do we do this? You know what, it's fine. Can you hit him? 54 damage. Bleh. Hit him. He can heal himself. Actually, let's have you do Moogle. Actually, yeah, you did about 60 damage, so that's fine. Oh, you got your turn, did you?
I must concentrate.
Just do a quick attack.
I cannot fall.
You already got that on, though.
I can do this. A clear shot.
No counter tackle for you.
Come on.
Let me see.
Actually, let's do arithmetics. Which act am I in? This is chapter 4. Actually, I don't want to use CT because that changes too much. How about level, prime, multiple of 5? Okay, let's do multiple of 5.
Where to?
I will not lose.
No turning back.
I must concentrate.
Too slow.
Oh, phooey.
I cannot fall.
Dragonheart is really pretty.
Now.
Let's see, what was it? Level multiple of 5? As you can see, if you plan things out just right, it can be very, very powerful.
You don't have me yet. Come on.
Much better.
Yeah. The only problem is like keeping yourself at a specific level to like get the entire party with a buff or something. It's a little bit challenging because you're always gaining experience and eventually somebody's going to level up and break it. And no, he'll counter. I mean, the counter's not that bad. It's fine. 30 damage. It's fine.
I must concentrate.
I must be decisive.
Come on.
from strength
Reach
to
level
strength.
40 or above with 5 different party members. Nice. Actually, we're gonna have to wait.
Bloody hell!
And now for the fun part. We're just gonna have Moose finish them off.
I must concentrate.
This can't be. Not now. Not when we're so close.
That's what you get for farting on everybody.
We must find Count Orlando.
He threw poison into the wind, and then he threw it at us. And the way he phrased it, I wondered if he just farted. And, well, let's just say that it's, the phrasing that they chose. It, could be, could not be, you never know. The doc showed a convention, and you knew instantly which one when you saw it. You've been there, and it's amazing how visceral the memory was for being there. The doc? You mean in the... Oh, the documentary. Yeah. No worries, I got you. You're good. You're good. No worries. Yeah, like, I can understand that. There's been only a couple of conventions that I've been to, but, like, the memory of, like, what the hallways were like are still kind of in my head. Kind of makes you want to go back. But, yeah.
Me? Plotting against the Duke? Are you mad?
Yeah, the convention I went to is actually in Indianapolis. There was something called In Conjunction, which was a sci-fi fantasy writers convention. Gosh, I remember the anime room. They would have, like, anime playing on a screen. And just a bunch of chairs, and just, like, people would just, like, sit there, like, all hours, just 24 hours. Just something anime going on. I don't know enough about the anime that I watched to put a title to what I was watching. Just that back then it was a lot of bootleg stuff. All fan subbed, no dubbing. When was this? Gosh, how long ago was this? How old was I when I lived in Indiana? I can find out. Give me 1 second. I actually have a timeline file. I just gotta find it. Let's see. Location timeline. Indiana. So somewhere between April 2007 and January 2010. Because that's when I lived in Indiana. That was quite a while ago. Holy crap, I'm old. First fan sub you had was Gundam. I don't remember which one I first saw.
Please, my lord, do not make this harder than it must be. We have our orders.
Why, in the name of all that's good, would I wish to unseat my liege lord?
You ask the very question that vexes me. I am gravely disappointed in you, Cid. I had thought you a friend.
Surely you cannot mean that, your grace. The gods as my witness, I am no turncloak. I am your most loyal man. My conscience is clean. What lying blackguard would besmirch my name?
Even yet you deny it. Your betrayal is as cold steel through my heart. You have conspired with rogue elements within the church to see me overthrown. My information comes from the High Confessor himself. You can imagine his distress upon learning of the plot.
Your Grace, the High Confessor deceives you. It is he who schemes in the shadows.
Now there is an august claim. Have you any evidence of this?
My son Oren is close to obtaining proof, yet even without it, the plot is as clear as day. It is by the Church's design that you are at war with Duke Larg, that they may seize control of the kingdom in the aftermath.
Ha! Never have I heard such nonsense. Pray tell, when did you shed your pride and don the fool's motley in its stead?
20 and more years of loyal service. And still, I have not earned your trust. Words fail me, Your Grace.
As you fail me. I cannot hope to fight a war without your Order's forces. Still, it seems I am left no choice but to deny you your freedom. A lamentable situation for us both. Take him from my sight.
You summoned me, Your Grace?
It really is, Frisky. They've done an excellent job.
I want you to maintain your contact with Malond. A gaggle of cretinous sycophants they may be, but I cannot do without the cooperation of the upper clergy.
Duke Goltana has kind of similar vocal quality compared to whoever did the voice for Captain Saladin in King's Quest 6? 5? 6. It'd be your third playthrough? You must really love the game then. I would say that this is probably the definitive way to play it. Like, I was going to do the PSP version, and then this released, and I was like, well, we're going to do it this way.
Once the confessional decree is in my hands, Larg is as good as defeated.
Fear not, Your Grace. The High Confessor's mind is quite firm on that account.
You played through the PS1 version 8 or 9 times in your lifetime. You bought this day one, but you haven't tried it yet. But thou must! You never played any King's Quest games, only watched parts of them played. Frisky! You don't know what you're denying yourself. King's Quest 6 is really good. Ask Hungry Guria. I'm pretty sure that she likes King's Quest 6 as well. Though 5 is pretty decent, the voice acting, well, that's something special. I'll put it that way. But 6 was peak. Definitely don't want to do the text parser nor the stairs for those games. Yeah, stairs will get you every time. So play 6, yeah. I mean, if you're going to play them, I would recommend going through them 1 through 6, like, in order. But the earlier ones are definitely a product of their time. I mean, we're talking old MS-DOS here. So if you're good with that, then by all means go for it. You might want to have the manual ready in some cases, because that was the copy protection back in the day, was having the manual. But yeah, I mean, they're good games. They were definitely a classic for their time. But if you've never had an experience like with DOS games, you might find the earlier ones a little bit harder to digest. You'd rather play the Crimson Diamond. Crimson Diamond is good as well. Played text parsers before, but the Crimson Diamond is new. Yeah. If you're looking for spooky one, what is it called? The Drifter, I think it's called. Is a more modern point-and-click adventure game, but it's done in a pixel style. And it's really good. I'm not going to say anything about it. I've seen little bits and pieces. You have it on your wish list? Yeah. That one, if you want a point-and-click adventure and you're looking for something a little bit more modern, play that one.
Excellent. You have performed most admirably. There is another matter. I am placing the Order of the Southern Sky under your leadership. Henceforth, you are a knight devout. For now, this is a provisional appointment, but it shall be made permanent pending the battle's outcome.
You grant me honor far beyond my due.
I expect I shall not regret it. I place my full and utter confidence in you, Commander Hyrule. You, and you alone.
Your Grace.
All right, let's see if we can
Very well.
come by. Well, the only thing we need out of this is life bond, but Do I go back to Gallant Knight?
This will do.
Gaia Gear. Okay. Yeah, it'll do.
Please.
Huh?
There. Diffuse Moose has now mastered becoming a Dragoon. And the thing is, he kind of needs Fundaments and Jump to be effective, so I don't know that he's going to be changing out of that.
I'm still here.
He's already mastered the Squire job, so that's fun. Oh well, that's fine. No eggs yet. Well, we haven't moved around
You
much.
called?
We do want elixir. I guess we can stay as a chemist for a little longer. We're gonna have to figure out where else, like what all Wolf can do to support the party, though. Because right now, the chemist's items and the white mage's white magic are... Oops, sorry, didn't mean to bump that. Those are the main things I've got him set to. It's like everybody's kind of have their set roles. Wolf has got white magic and items. Moose has got jump and fundaments to boost himself so that his jumps hurt more. Reppin's got summon and arithmetics. Maybe Wolf should eventually learn arithmetics. I don't know. Raven's got Steel and Dance, and then Ramza's got his monk abilities and the fundaments from his Gallant Knight class. So it's like they're kind of locked into where they are. Let's give our dragon benefits. It appears to be accumulating power. He's a good dragon. Let's add a low growl, though seemingly one of glee. See, happy dragon. He's a happy derg. Happy dergs. I love my happy dragons. Should probably save. Alright. It's 2 in the morning, but I want to see what's going on here. Oh, it's going to be one of these. Oh, we have a choice? We can either do the north wall or do the south wall. Oh boy. And it's a multi-part battle. Maybe we'll do this next week. Let's make sure we've got everybody equipped. You don't remember this part? So you may not have seen it in the same way. Why? I don't know. Did they give you a choice between north and south at some point in the original?
Was there something?
Let's see, that's 11. Well, that's 10. Kinda want the parry chance. We got a better knife for you somewhere? Probably not. Actually, no. I want the defensive power of main gosh. I don't think we got a better stick for you, though. We picked this up. That's about as good as it gets. Wait a minute. There was a hat that did more speed. What was it? Lambent hat. That's what it was. That's speed and magic attack. Okay, well, that's not gonna matter for him then, or for her. But an MP. $365. Oof, minus 30. I gotta think on that one. 15 MP compared to 20 MP. I guess it's not terrible. Who needs the speed? Reppin needs it. Well, the extra hit points will be nice. I guess the lower MP doesn't hurt him as much. So let's see, 8, 8, 10, 8. Okay. Yeah, I'm alright with that. It's really cool if they've changed things up. Yeah, there's been a number of changes. And yeah, that'll do. Alright. Oh gosh. Ugh, sitting in this chair for too long. Let's see. I do have a different 6-hour stream. Wow, has it been 6 hours? It has been 6 hours. Oh boy. 3 hours and you're falling over. Yeah, it's a little longer than I usually go. Let's see who's out and about that we might be able to say hello to. Oh, really? There's not really anybody on. Is there anybody in Club CRT that maybe we can go say hi to.
Indiana gonna win, baby!
Yeah, okay. I don't need to hear the nonsense stuff there. Let's see. I don't know these people, unfortunately. I have no idea who to raid. I guess we'll say hi. Let's see. Who's playing what? Oh, Mega Man X. That looks like X2. Let's go say hi to General Andrews. Not sure, it's not somebody I've rated before, but we're gonna go say hi. And as we celebrate the transition into the new year, I do want to offer you all my hopes for the time ahead. So let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of earth and enjoy a strong vitality. Let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of flame and enjoy a fruitful prosperity. Let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of wind and enjoy continued longevity. Let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of water and enjoy virtuous harmony. Let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of dusk and enjoy the tranquility of a peaceful life. And finally, let it be that you are enriched by the blessing of dawn and enjoy that which can be found only within your own heart, that one special something that brings you great joy and happens without even looking for it. Serendipity. I hope that the coming year is bright and full of light for all of you. So until next time, take care. Happy New Year. Bye for now.